Welcome, welcome. So yesterday we were working on trying to get um, a level to load and run. Uh, we're at the point right now where when we run it, we panic because there's like two places where we try to initialize script data, and that results in um, what seems to be bogus things. Well, okay, so part of the initialization that is supposed to happen once and only once sets up like a table of these like functions that we're gonna support. Um, and when we try to call one of those functions, we end up panicking. Um, what if we say you must run a string to print string of init, right? Does just looking for the global value init cause it to panic? It would seem. Is it not string of? Or is it? I don't know, Lua. Lua, toString. It's toString, not string of. Sure, fine. Um, 269. So yeah, okay, so this is still attempting to index a user data value, but right before that, we should see something like what init is. Uh, so we have defined this print function, and it does a logging.debug, returns 0. I guess they're supposed to return what they push or pop from the script, from the stack? Netside func. Return 0 seems to be like an error condition. So this is give me a random integer from 0 to whatever's on the top of the stack. Okay, one question is, what should be returned from Go func? That's like a, what is it? From Lewis state to int. Our family of an error, uh, stack height difference. I don't know what the answer to that is. And we'll have to learn more about the Lua bindings to understand it. But at the end of the day, like, we should be able to print. What didn't we? Yeah, we say logging.debug game script : print. And we don't see that in our logs right now. Oh, it might be in this one. Yeah. Ugh. What was I searching for before? Oh, yeah. Sure. So we two-stringed init, and it said it was a function. We should print out what data is as well. It's a table. Yeah. So init should be a function that takes a table. And then the type of script is table. Oh, this. Yeah, no, data runtime. That's the thing we should be loading here. And it's at 16 that we say attempt to index a user data value. So we're not allowed to dot on the script. Sorry, I need to take a break here. But I think we're coming up on figuring this out. Be right back. So attempt to index user data value. Now, a user data value, from what little reading I've done, seems to be like a catch-all reference to foreign object, as far as Lua knows. Like, if you allocated an array in C and then passed a reference to it into a Lua program, it would be a user data value. So what this is telling me is that somebody did a dot or a access of something that was basically a black box. Now, script shouldn't be a black box, right? Script is a table. The type of script is table. And it's when we did type of script.loadhost. So I think what happened was we called underscore underscore index on script. Giving it the name, but no, we would have seen this, right? But how do Lua meta table? Let's get the meta table for script and print that as well. Because basically the meta table is what will be consulted if the underscore underscore index needs to happen, right? So good. The type of the get meta table of script is a table. So it should be the table we expect, namely this table here. Now set table. Does the equivalent of t at k equals v, where t is the value at the given index. So minus 3. So this is minus 1. This is minus 2. This is minus 3. Yeah. New table pushes it, right? Pushes it onto the stack. Yeah, good, good, good. And then set table. V is the value at the top of the stack, and K is below. So the key, and then the value. This is value key. T is the value at the given index. That's the table, yeah. V is the value at the top of the stack. Oh, the function. And K is the value just below the top. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I wonder if what we need to do is... Wait a minute. Set meta table. Yeah. So this table should still be on the stack, and we set it as the meta table for what's above it on the stack, which should be this table. Okay. And we set global script. Yeah. Okay. Okay, what does push go function do? Like the push C function as user data. Lua get top. I would have expected the stack to have things whether they're headed to this function or not. Okay, we might need to look at GoLua. Pardon me? L.register. Length of the registry. What? Like, this is going to be a slice of interface, of course. Okay, so they keep basically pointers to these things. In this like L.registry slice. And then they refer to them by ID or by index. Okay. This looks weird in that if it's not okay, but like this will probably search the free list, right? Get the last one, slice, pop it, return I true. Otherwise return false. Yeah, so we can reuse indices. If we're reusing the index, we just use it. Otherwise, we really need to assume this is true. Otherwise, like, why muck around with cap? Why not just say length of the slice? I guess they want. No, I don't understand. If index plus 1 is larger than the cap, like this is a little bit extra conservative. Like if index is greater than uint cap L registry, that's really the what to do. But okay, so we got the meta table. At load house. Like you should be able to index a table. Maybe it'll call a meta method, maybe not. It's nil. No. The type of it is. Oh, I got the parentheses wrong. Sure. And so when index returns, yeah. Okay. So our thing that does index What happens when we test this? There's only 3 objects in this registry. The same thing twice. What is... What's that about? Now, LOS.go 161. What if game data transient didn't do its own make new game script? Right? What is it that breaks now? something similar. Dot script a. See, I would have expected us to hit a no pointer somewhere. Um, we should have seen like as nil. Yeah. And then you got called during setup. I don't think we're gob decoding. I think we are make gaming. Uh, game.script should just be gp.script. No? You just make it that way? Mm-hmm. That's exactly what we do here. Game data transient has a script pointer. And a game has a game data transient. But the script pointer to use is whatever's in the game panel. Maybe. Who owns this game script? Is there a... It should be the game panel. The game panel is what does this. Open libs. What is that? Okay. Hide pcall. Okay, so Lua get global pcall, and then set global unsafe pcall. Sure. And then nil. Okay. So this is saying stash whatever pcall is in a global called unsafe pcall, and then nil out pcall. Let's do the same with x pcall. Makes sense that it would be hiding it. Okay. In its state. Wait. Okay. So at the end of the day, the meta table for script has a underscore underscore index. And script itself is a table. So if I do script.foo, if it's got a mapping, it returns it. But if it doesn't, it calls index. Are we calling index? Like, it kind of doesn't look like it, because if we did, we would see this, right? Returns the number of results. The value of the stat below. Okay, these functions are not the implementation. They're a Go function that pushes a function to the Lewis stack. Which is only mildly confusing. So for example, what is the type of the thing at index? It's, hold on. Scripts tutorial 1. This fails. Blammo. Alright, so we were able to get this. We can know what type the script is. We can get the meta table for the script. We know that the type of the meta table dereferenced for load house. Yeah, there wouldn't be load house in this meta table. There would just be index. Yeah. So it makes sense that that's nil. It's really index that we care about. Now the thing at index had better be a function. But it's user data. Okay. Pushing a go function pushes user data. Okay. So what does this mean? That means although pushing a go function is nice, what we really need to do is define a Lua function that calls this go function. Mm-hmm. That it was an attempt to index a user data value. It was that it was a user data, and we tried to call it, but that means run the meta method of __ call, which means look into user data, but that indexing failed. Gotcha. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so this is not what's going on with push go function. We need to push a go closure. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Handling underscore in underscore index, and the name is loadhouse. Heck yeah, okay. And then on startup was no. But okay, we're getting there. Like, namely, tutorial 1 does not have an on startup. Let's give it one. Nothing to see here. Progress. Hmm. GS was no. uh, I'm silly. Okay, I wrote this, and of course it's nil. There's nothing else we got for you. Okay, game script was nil. Mm-hmm. And it was nil because somebody called it. Someone said g.script.onRound. But g.script was nil. G being a game? Yeah. Okay, so at this point, we should say GP game script is script, maybe. Have we allocated the game yet? No, we've not. Lua execution quantum exceeded. And we usually give it quite a bit. I think what had happened, 724 in script utils. Lua do error. Set execution limit 1. Why not pcall? Like, why not? This is a logging.error, by the way. Lua do error. Error. That. Unexpected parameters to select ent. That's pretty cool. Okay. So select ent. Select the ent. Here we are. We said check params. What in heckin' checkin'? So Lua check the Lua state, the name of the function, it should be a Lua entity. Okay. So get entity with most AP. If get all ents was if there was no ents, bleh. Logging.debug. Lua get script dot get all ents num ents one of gp game ents. What do I want to bet this is 0? Okay. So hold on. This returned nil. And we said if nil.apcur greater than 0. Um, yeah, I thought so. So if next ent not nil, and next ent apcur more than 0, then otherwise do nothing. Maybe just if next ent is nil, then return. We don't have much in the way of the Lua stack, do we? We said set loss mode, select ent, get all ents. Oh god. I don't know why their script and their script harness are so out of sync, but we're we're getting there. Like, okay, so can't set value through field named entity def. We must range string 41. From 366. Ooh. We tried to call round start truthy numbry. Tabby deps mrg go lua loxlib 113 l.doString, right? Entity def. Wait. We want better debug for where these things are breaking. Now, on round. I bet it was a game thing called script on round. I like having this log because it tells us all the things that script is doing, all the things that script is being asked to do. Spawn entity somewhere in spawn points. Like that's the last thing that script had happened to it. So spawn entity somewhere in spawn points. It would be nice if we knew where we were in the Lua script. There's probably a thing for that. But the other thing is like, why would it sometimes work and sometimes not work? It probably just doesn't work. It's probably right here. Get spawn points matching. Somewhere in spawn points. Okay, so get spawn points matching. It wasn't that we couldn't compile the regex. Game house floors at 0 dot spawns. Okay. Which house? Intruders spawn or intruders start? Yeah. Now, which house did we load? Because if we didn't load the right house, that would be a problem. Which in house would it be? So we made a game panel. But which house? Right? Make house from name. Do we have the house name? Uh, oh yeah. Uh, Louse House. Uh, okay. House from name. How is it supposed to know which game? Which house? Wait, we give it the name. What? That's the script name, not the. That's the script name. We want not this one. But which house? How do we know? Well, first of all, it is the stack height difference. Need a way to plumb the house name into making the game. Into making. Okay, Mr. UI Chooser, you pass in a name. Hmm. What? Okay, fine. Sure. Map select, they should know which house goes with which map. No? Shouldn't the houses be referenced in here? Okay, here's a question. We know that there's like those .house files, right? And we know that somebody calls makeHouseDef on such and such a name. g.house. Oh yeah, it's in los.go because then this might have a house. This might have a house. This has a house. When we make game, okay, so what we gotta do, we need to know which house. How can we know which house? Well, we're given the game panel and a path. This is the script path. But we should probably give it a house path. The script should this thing should not be a string. It should be a struct that describes which game, which scenario. We'll just pass it by value. It's fine. Right? And so then now script is scenario dot script. We should export these. Scenario. It will modify the local copy, and I think that's fine. Register K, yank inside the parents. Inside the quotes, register K, paste. Delete word, register K, paste. Let's just log the scenario. That's even better. And then doString scenario.script. Change to till that logging dot error script run failed. Script error. Script was scenario dot script. New line string, new line string. This is like the script path, script contents, error. Yep. Cool. And then make game the wrong way takes the scenario. But maybe less wrong? house dot make house from name scenario dot house name. It won't compile yet. You want to be a developer? Welcome to the chat. Hey man, hats to you. Vim plugs Golang sounds like a fun experience. First question is, what is your insane theme? And second question is, do you also have a split keyboard? I do not have a split keyboard. It's just a Corsair blue switch clicker clacker, like pretty standard thing. My Vim theme is not really a theme so much. Like I think you're thinking like NVim themes maybe, but long story short, it's Vim in a terminal. So right now I'm running Screen, GNU Screen, which is like a terminal multiplexer. If you know Tmux, it's a lot like that, except Screen is even older. And so on the right hand side, I've got a window for Vim. Here I've got a window that's watching kind of my log file, and here I've got a window that's just a shell, right? And then Screen is running in a terminal. It's just like a VT200 terminal, which happens to be the Windows terminal running Ubuntu on Windows through Windows Subsystem for Linux. It's a bit of a contrived setup, but it lets me sit at my Windows machine, but not have to program on Windows. I get to program on Linux, which is more comfortable for me. But yeah, if you're interested in my setup, I do have my dot files. Also using NeoVim, but using it for more than a year. It's very fun, very efficient. Was recently thinking about using Tmux. Oh, you're using WSL2 as well? Nice. But yeah, not that you should use it, but my dot files. I've got my like sort of config saved in Git so that I can move it from computer to computer and share it and source control it and all the things. But I would definitely recommend getting in the habit of source controlling your environment. It's basically code that you're putting blood, sweat, and tears into, right? So you might as well have a good record of it. You might as well have it be reproducible and shareable amongst machines and such. But yeah, hopefully that makes sense. And certainly, if you have any questions about like how I'm thinking or you want advice on stuff, let me know. You source controlled it. You have your dot files in like 3 spots. Yeah, good. When in doubt, chuck it in Git. Worst case scenario, you don't look at it again, and it's not gonna hurt you. But yeah, I'm working right now on a game. It was abandoned 12 years ago, and I picked it up like about a year ago to see if I can resurrect it. But yeah, we're like just getting to the point where we might be able to start a level. So bear with me here. So here, instead of a script, we need a scenario. So scenario. So the script will be whatever that was, but we also have to give it a house name. And the house name is going to be what? Probably gpgame.house.name. This is sucky because we've already loaded the house. But you know what? we'll deal with it when we deal with it. You're a front-end developer by trade. You would have loved to do Golang in those more low-level languages. Cool. However, in my country, there are basically no Golang jobs. Oh, that's too bad. I feel like I would be committing career suicide by going so niche. You love learning Golang, though. Nice. Are you one of those sweaty Rust Golang 10x developers? I want to be like that, too. I'm sweaty, but I don't know if that is indicative of my development chops. Certainly, I'm more comfortable in the terminal. I like doing text instead of visuals, but I'm kind of pushing my my comfort zone by jumping into game dev. My background has really been kind of C and C++, Python, that kind of stuff, doing like performance sensitive things, I guess. But yeah, right now I'm trying to use TDD to get this thing up and running, but that's something I'm also learning, so we'll see how it goes. But for now, I just want to see something on screen, you know? Call me crazy. I just want to see something on the screen. So this is make game panel with, I don't even know what scenario, which is kind of silly. Where, what, online menu think? We probably don't need this. That stuff is already inside the respond probably for this guy. I mean, I won't take it out yet, and actually it does nothing. But this is my reminder to make sure mouse stuff is tracked in this thing. But yeah, the power of deference. To do myself bug 25. We need a real scenario here. It wasn't working before because it was just the empty string, so that wouldn't have worked. But we can just do that. Do I want to do that or do I want to panic? No, I want to panic. I hate the like pretend there's no problem and charge ahead. Anyways, fail fast is a good way to protect yourself from getting in over your head. So we need to, and I like to tag it with the issue number. We need to figure out which scenario. But I will make it compile. This is just complaining that it's unreachable because it's after a panic there. But yeah, next up is this same file around here. We're going to do the same thing. Unfortunately, there was a lot of copy paste in this project beforehand, and so there's going to be a lot to fix it up. But we'll get there. Okay, so this is saying we have the name, but really we need the name and the house name. This is like the script, and we need both. So need to update the JSON to also have the house name, then update the chooser to also pass house name, or better yet, a scenario. Okay, so then we'll defer that one. UI versus. Yeah. So what you're telling me here is that if they picked, I don't think this even gets called anywhere. If they picked select house, then the like bag of options has use select for the map, otherwise use random, otherwise use continue, but there's always versus. Like in my head, this is saying the game panel will have UI for selecting a map, or logic for picking a random one or continuing. How do I feel about Golang not having features like enums, union types, and stuff like this? Um, if you can get most of the way there with, you know, type foo as an int, and then defining constants. Uh, it's just ergonomics, and as long as you're playing within the the bounds and the rules of the language you're in, you don't really bump into problems with it. It's when you do things like pretend that like a C enum is a you know a C++ enum or sorry a Java enum or a C# enum or a Golang enum for that matter. Um, there's a few gotchas around like if you want to take a if you have a function that takes an enum. Where do I have an example? Um, let's find an enum. uh, yeah. So checkbox.go 13. So okay, so they're saying that checkbox selection is a enum, and you can have like selected, unselected, and unknown. Um, you were very surprised coming from a high-level lang that working with slices was so much different in terms of working with it. You never thought about deleting an entry in a slice by appending around it. Deleting an entry in a slice by appending. Oh, I see what you mean. Uh, like if foo is slice of string, let's say foo bar baz. You could like remove the nth by saying foo is append foo through n, but not including, and foo at n+1, like that. I mean, like you can. If you're doing something like this, though, I would question like uh, why are you trying to erase random indices in a slice? It's kind of like there might be better ways. In the older versions of Golang, it was necessary. Uh, I mean, yes and no, right? Like you could have a delete list, right? Um, right, and then you leave foo alone, and you package these up together, and whenever you want to walk foo but not the deleted ones, you skip over indices like this from the delete list. Um, but like the original thing, this in my brain, I'm like, that's a lot of allocations happening, uh, just to remove something. But yeah, sometimes I can't turn off that part of my brain. uh, but yeah, it is. There's always more than one way to skin a cat or append an element to a collection, or remove an element for that matter. Um, and depending on your semantics and your requirements, like you could swap with the last element and then blank out the last element, and then that means you don't have to do any allocations. And if your elements are small, it's cheap. But yeah. What was I doing? I was saying this needs to be a scenario. Who looks at data? Like, I guess this. Ew. It's just a thing to push strings into the what you call it, into the Lua script. So if data runtime scripts basic. Yeah. Oh hey, thanks for the follow. You want to be a developer? Yeah. Okay. So there's a bit of a divergent thought pattern with the scripts that we've inherited. I don't think they do it the same way everywhere, and that's bad. This, at the end of the day, this shouldn't be adding a game panel. This should be adding a select a map panel or a pick a random then and make the game panel over it. Um, so let us comment to do we ought not use the game panel this way. We should add child some UI for selecting a map or roll the random choice now and build the game panel over the selected map. For now, everyone gets which house? Everyone gets the tutorial house. Okay, so scenario. Script. House name. And then we will. This is an error. This is a panic. Unknown meta choice. Okay, and then down here we do a add child make game panel over the scenario. And we don't give it any map. And then here we just say scenario dot script is this. Wait, it's always versus basic. Hold on. I want to leave this in so that we can re-implement the behavior. But that's how it used to be. This is how it is now. Yes, we don't look at what M is. I don't care. Okay. Where's the next error that we want to fix? Yeah. So this map chooser needs to get smarter about what gets passed in. So these chosen things, they should be taking a scenario. And then this is a scenario with the script that and the house name options I dot house name. And this should really be script path. Where? Should this just return a scenario? I think so. Cool. And then nobody implements that. Wouldn't you know? The compiler will tell us why we can't use them. Okay. Option basic, yeah, needs not a string, but a scenario. And then we're going to return a scenario of that and house name. To do rename ID to script path or something. Okay, option basic. Yeah. layout.next. So now the chooser, we need to return a channel of slice of scenario. Name of this is a scenario. Yay. Let's say script. Let's just say scenario. Uh, 100. It's fine. Game UI versus chooser. So the options. Yeah, you don't return a channel of slice string. It's a channel of slice scenario. All you do the same things here. Okay. Script.go 762. Yeah, we can't just push a scenario as a string. That would be crazy. Okay, so chooser from file. We get a path. See, that's only the path of either the script or the house. Wait. How does this work? By the way, yesterday I was thinking that recently I feel a bit slow in terms of using Vim or NeoVim. Don't worry, that'll come with time. I think it's just my perception, mostly because I got used to it. I was thinking about ways to speed up my Vim skills. Sometimes, for example, I write I instead of A, and the cursor goes into insert mode in the wrong place. Yeah. Does it ever feel like you feel slow using Vim? Not anymore. Certainly, when I was only knew it for a year, I would feel a little bit of slowness from now and again. Once your fingers know it, you don't think about it. It's very fast. Um, the the mental model I have for it is like there's the two types of thought. There's like the deliberate, slow thought, and then there's the automatic, from rote memory thought. And if you're using your rote memory to move around and jump and edit and change, it'll be fast. But you don't have that at the start. You have to do the slow thinking first. So my best advice is when you are editing something in Vim and you find yourself saying, "Oh, this is kind of slow," take a break to think about, is there some feature or power of Vim that I can use to speed this process up? And then learn what processor feature you should use. Like maybe you have to learn about registers, right? You were like pasting and then overwriting so that clobbers your clipboard. So you have to go back to copy, and then go back to your editing. Learn about registers. Put the string that you care about in a register. Now you can delete and things and clobber your clipboard, but still have that string on hand. That kind of thing. And then you'll get used to using the register, and the more you practice it, the more it becomes rote. Um, you still feel like you want to improve with a bit more advanced motions. Also, for example, things like macros. Yep, I never use them, but it could be useful. Yep. You're trying to understand how you can speed it up. Yeah, exactly. So think of it like a puzzle, right? So um, there's a problem you have, and you can use like kind of the brute force way of solving it, or you can try to be clever. And maybe that's good, maybe that's not, but it at least gets your mind exercised on it. And the more you exercise it and practice it, the faster you'll get. Um, where was I? Yeah, I was looking at what make chooser. And the other thing too is like improve your tooling, right? So for me, um, I'm seeing that like, okay, we push this S that came from this slice, but uh, where did this slice come from? Uh, well, it came from done. Okay, where did done come from? Like you could do a search, you could do like a find search, but I find that that's hit or miss with respect to people use the same names everywhere, yada yada yada. So I have a semantic completer installed called uCompleteMe, and I can hit \d, and that'll take me to the definition. And so from here, done, I know it comes from make chooser from option basics file. Okay, what even is that? I don't want to lose my spot, so I split with Control WS, and I jump to this definition. Oh, I guess I didn't need to. I think I have automation for that I forgot I had. But basically, it's easy for me to jump to definition because that's something I want to do a lot, and so I make it quick. Um, does that make sense? Find the things that you're using that are slow and make them quicker, and that's how you'll speed up too. And the process of identifying and building something that speeds it up will improve you as well. But yeah, there's no substitute for practice. There's no substitute for just using Vim for all your text editing. You'll you'll force yourself to get faster. Um, yeah, yeah. Using a lot of those tools that LSPs implement, like go to reference, go to definition, good. Also use a feature with Telescope called recent files, which shows me my recent files, for example. Yeah. I was also thinking if I wanted to just use jump lists instead of that, but at this point I feel like I'm cherry picking. Yeah, I mean, use what works for you. That's one of the great things about Vim is that there are so many features that are somewhat orthogonal to each other, and you can solve your task with the feature that you know. Um, so yeah. Okay, so we're making a chooser over opts. What are we expecting this string to be? Some JSON file, right? I guess it would be something like data runtime map select. Here's where I need your telescope thing. What was the file called map select? Probably map chooser. No. Find. I think it was called map select. UI start versus map select. Like, why would you want a string that the user can put in when it's always going to be this? But I don't know. Have I ever thought about using NeoVim or some kind of Vim distro? Yes. I was using NeoVim on my laptop for a while. I found that like most of my config and like keybinds and stuff just worked, and that's great. But I did find that what did I find? I think it was not playing well with my terminal setup, just because my Vim setup and my terminal setup kind of evolved together. So getting a fresh NeoVim to run on my terminal setup was a bit wonky. I think the colors were messed up or something, and it annoyed me, so I stopped. There's probably stuff that NeoVim has, or plugins that NeoVim has that would be helpful for me, but at the end of the day, I'm just going to make what I need fast, and I can do that with Vim so far. And I prefer to use kind of the lowest common denominator of things, just because I can use Vim anywhere. NVim over Vim is just about the ecosystem. Yeah. And I'm blissfully ignorant and unaware of what's going on in that ecosystem. Sometimes I might search for a plugin, but 9 times out of 10 it's in Vim, and if it's not, I can either stitch something together myself or find an alternative. So I haven't really found that there are killer features that NeoVim has that I can't get in Vim. But yeah, we're like passing in a string here, and the only string that's ever going to work is UI start versus map select JSON. Like, so I don't know why. Map select.json doesn't seem to be something we should expect, plus need the user to point us at. But it is what it is. So now these are we're gonna say, oops. We're gonna say script. Yeah. Might want more info than just scenario script. Oh boy. All right, I think we've made progress. It might not look like that, but we have. Reflect.value.elem on 0 value. Yeah, reflection. Um, it's kind of whatever for you. Just a couple of plugins and Vim. Yeah, you just use a couple of plugins and just Vim. Yep. It really makes a lot of difference to know your tools and how to use them. Definitely. A bad thing about using Vim or NVim is that going to normal IDE feels like a punishment. Well, most normal IDEs have like plugins to give you Vim bindings, and they're never as good as real Vim, but you can at least like not throw your monitor out the window. But yeah, I need some coffee. Um, I will be right back. Okay, so what happened? Some kind of reflection failure? Call a reflect value elem on 0 value. No object with name, object name. More logging. Oh, we didn't update the JSON. Darr. I got something working at least. Compiling and running, yeah. Yeah, if you want to laugh, the way I found out about this thing was that I was on Reddit one day, and somebody was like curious about this old project, right? And what really got me was it became even more bizarre when the original author claimed they couldn't bring the code base to compile. And I was like, how bad could it be? Getting it to compile wasn't too bad, but turns out there's a lot more than just the compilation. But yeah, check it out. So hopefully, start versus map play map select. Okay, so here's an ID. Oh, here it is. Yeah. So we also want game scenario. In the chooser. No. This. So slice of option basic has an ID and a house name. Yep. And this will be tutorial_intruders.house. Maybe we need the .house, maybe we don't. But we're gonna have it. Yeah, 8 years ago. 8 years ago is when, hey, you guys remember that old project? Yeah. And then this, you can get level 1 haunted house. Level 2. So here's the crash course for Vim macros, right? Through I have all my data, and I want to do like a transform on each piece of my data. Well, I can record a macro, pick some letter on the keyboard. I call it K because it's underneath my finger. And then what do I need to do to make this data look the way I want it to? I want to put house name is colon, and then another quote. I want to escape out of insert mode, append to the end a quote, comma, and then I'm done with this transform. Let's go to the start of the next transform. Done my macro. So run my macro, run, run. So then now I can do this. Look for ID, paste it, go down, highlight line till small, and go up and delete. That's another macro. So the macro is search for, the macro is search for, well, actually, I think I clobbered my clipboard, so I should put this in macro register L. We'll yank it. Okay. Actually, let's put this in register L. So the macro for K will be search for the line that says quote ID quote, right? And then I'm going to register L, paste below, go down one line, go to line mode, search for small, go up by one, and say register L, delete to it. That's my macro. We don't have a level 5. Aw. We don't have a level 5. What am I doing? Gah. So we have this. We want register L, delete it. Level 3, good. Level 4, good. Level 6, level 5, not good. So let's get our... Oh yeah, and we'll need 6. Sometimes you make time, sometimes you lose time. By the way, how do you feel about people those days using AI to code? I feel like the quality of engineers is going down by relying on it. Basically never use AI and I tried, but it just spews out BS. Yeah, I think it's the early days, but certainly in coding and in many other kind of intellectual pursuits, having good tools is going to make you better at your job. It's going to make you be able to do things that you couldn't do before. And so I don't know what the timeline horizon is, like if it's going to be a year or 2 weeks or 7 years, but like eventually everyone's going to be using AI to speed up everything they're doing, like in an intellectual sense. Now, right now there's this holy grail of like, oh, let's just use AI and get rid of all coders, and that's definitely not going to happen in the next decade. At least not anything you can count on, and certainly not with large language models as the back end, because they don't reason. They just spew what they've seen, and wouldn't you know it, they're eating their own lunch. In that they're going to spew out that crap, and then people are going to use that crap to train the models, and so then it's just going to be crap from crap. Oh, we do have a level 5. It's just little L level 5. Well, that's handy. Okay. Oh, big Vim hack, both in terms of the power it gives you and in how it kind of opens the door for your own tooling. Modbang. So it runs this file through a program, and I know of a program called Python that has this flag to break everything. What? Python-m json.tool. Oh, I'd have invalid JSON somewhere. Probably 5. No. Line 147? Oh, okay. Yeah. Ta-da. There we go. And then json.tool is just like, pretty print my JSON, please. Yeah, it's called LLMs, large language models. They do not think, they're just outputting strings, not real thoughts. That's why I just hallucinate so much. Yeah. I saw a video literally today about what happens when you ask these LLMs how many R's are in strawberry. Okay, they patched it, but it used to say 2. They're cheating. History. This one. You can't even count on it to fail in the right way. Ugh. Oh, you saw that video? Yeah. It was a good one. Pretty fast hotfix. Investors were screaming at them to fix it, probably because of bad PR. Yeah. Billions of dollars in AI those days. Yeah. And the thing is, like, I'm sure it's like a special case, right? So if we do like how many A's are there in banana? Give me a word with 3 L's in it. There we go. 4 L's right there. Do you remember DeepSeek asking about what happened in 89 to Tiananmen Square, and he just freaks out? Yeah, because they have special checking for what the Chinese state wants to check for. Yeah. But yeah, like, okay, investors, this is what you're putting your money in. Like, how long did that take me to break it, right? Like, it doesn't think. And, you know, people are selling it and thinking of it like it's going to think, and that's the danger when you use it for what it can't do. By the way, what happened to Devil, the AI software engineer? Are you saying Devil or Devin? I think I saw Prime try to code something up on Devin, but he doxed himself, leaked the key, and somebody jumped into his VM and nuked it before he could do anything. But yeah, and vibe coding, yeah, no, it's fun experiments, but I'm probably not going to play in that space for quite a while. Okay, so no object with object name tutorialintruders.house. Okay. What objects do we have? To be honest, I should probably commit before we get too far into the weeds. All right. Let's just do this. Yes, I want this change. No, I don't want this change. Yes, I want this change. Yes. Yeah, I want this change even though it's copy paste crap. Yep. 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 Yes. Yes. Yep. Yep. You've been doing front end for the past 5 years. You're responsible for a couple of front end banking modules for a bank here in Italy. You're about to get into back end to be full stack for better opportunities. Any advice? Going with Laravel? I think everybody's situation is very different, and so generic advice is probably not very helpful. But certainly, find the things that you're interested in. Find the things that you like learning about, and learn them. Taking time to learn and expand your mind, learn about things that you're not used to, learn about different ways of thinking. For example, one of the things I did was at an old job, I had to write basically a CI system. I had to write continuous integration, like the thing that checks the code out and runs the tests, right? And so I was like, okay, this is not a particularly interesting project. I'm going to write it in Haskell because Haskell was like something I wanted to learn. So I can force myself to learn it by using it to do something real. And I use Haskell for it. Haskell was a bad choice for it, which I've learned since then, but that's fine. I still learned all about, how their type system worked and the consequences of being so lazy in terms of like the language running. And it really, and forcing yourself to work with like pure functions and learn functional programming. And even though I don't use Haskell for things anymore, except for my window manager, it still has an impact on how I think about things, how I know ways around kind of mutating state patterns and have different patterns that end up being easier to reason about, easier to maintain, and easier to show that they're correct. But those are ideas and patterns and kind of shapes of thought that I wouldn't have had if I hadn't forced myself to do Haskell. So do things that expand your skill set and put you out of your comfort zone, because that's where you'll learn. If you're just writing the same code in the same frameworks in the same stack all the time, you get really pigeonholed. And yeah, you might have really deep knowledge on that stack, but if you want to change jobs, you got to find somewhere that's got that stack. Yeah. I wish that we had the freedom to do whatever we wanted here. Here we are stuck with whatever tech you have experience in, or you do not get to work. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with what you say about knowing a bit more different tech. Recently I tried Java and it's really not my gen. Golang seems interesting. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you're gonna have to use your free time to work on extracurricular projects to expand that kind of knowledge. But um, the other thing you might do is the next time you're looking for a job, look for a job that does foster that kind of mentality of experimenting outside of your comfort zone and using the right tool for the job, even if it's not one you're super familiar with. Here we get paid very little, and if it's possible, I would like to try to access the European or even American market eventually. Yeah, it's it's a wild time right now with the world, but uh, you're never going to regret learning something uh, that you can recall later. So the hard part is finding the time and energy to learn it. Yeah. This is this is a big thing that we had to figure out today. Yep, 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 yep. Yes, please. Uh, let's edit that. So no, not that patch or chunk. Yes, all that. Yes. 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 All right, what do we not push yet? Yeah, let's get check. Uh, is it checkout? I think it's get reset probably for game, but I'll just leave it for now. I do want to add game UI start. Um, yeah. Okay. Get commit dash m. What kind of commit is this? Fix. Squash a bunch of bugs respect to starting level. Still a whip. Not really TDD. We'll be back in a bit. Go get a piece of cheese. Nice. Okay. Now I want to check out game. Should be the same. Yep. Okay. Oh, the build failed. Alright, we're going to get back to TDD and try to take smaller steps. Script string. Given a scenario. Tutorial house. Yeah, I guess you are a game scenario, aren't you? Oh yeah, no, it's not. It's script. Just that. Okay. Okay, good. We're getting the same panic that we were getting when we were running it manually. Okay. So I don't know if you're here right now, want to be a developer, but we're going to do test-driven development. So it's all about red-green refactor. Right now we've got a red test, so we're going to be in green mode. We're going to make the test pass. Okay, so there was an unknown. I mean, it's not exactly the same panic, but that's fine. It's that the registry for houses is not up. And I hate this code, but it is what it is. And since we're in a green mode, we can, do bad things and clean up later. But it's saying that unknown registry. Houses. So, hold on. Why? Load all houses under. Load all registries. Alright, we gotta call load all registries. Let's see how that does. Okay, so still reflect value elem on 0, but it's no object with name tutorial house. Okay, so when we load all registries, we load all houses in dir, data dir houses. Look for all the .house in it with an assume.json format. Is it that I don't need the .house? Ooh. Now we're getting somewhere. There was log -1-p. Look for .house. What? Oh no. Yeah. Okay. Data runtime. UI versus startup versus map select. These .houses. So why didn't it? Oh, I know why I didn't see it in my diff. Because this data runtime directory is not source controlled. .house. You get a not.house. You get a not.house. Everybody gets a not.house. Yeah, looks good. And then we're going to need to make the same change to data. So, which is source controlled. I have them separate so that when I'm running the binary under test, I don't clobber my pristine data. Yeah. Okay. And that should have got committed last time, so let's just pretend it did. Okay, let's run it again. Yeah. Very good. So they're saying we don't have it on startup. And that's true, because if we look at data, scripts tutorial 1, we don't have it on startup. Oops, this is Lua. Nothing to do. You doing what now? Really? Oh, it's not this file. It's Wait, what file? Versus basic Lua. Not ring. Nothing to do. Okay. Image mismatch. Make view rejects. Okay, so we still got a black screen here. But we didn't like panic somehow. 365. Must run round start. So what is the diff right now? Basically, all our scripts are going to need onStart up if they don't already have it. So let's just do that. Data scripts. Okay. Cool. 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 No on startup. Not cool. Cool. This had it, right? Yeah. Okay, we're at level 6. Startup. Doesn't happen. Okay. Now it does. I wonder how much of this is just copy paste. Like, so much copy paste. It's fine. 10, level 1. If it's got an init, it'll have a on startup as well. Or at least now it will. Yeah. Okay, so now all of our scripts have on startup. I want to do a diff dash big R for data scripts and data runtime scripts. Little r. So things I'm looking for are the things on the right-hand side that aren't on the left. There's a way to ignore new or white space, isn't there? Dash W. Everything's on the left, everything's on the left. So there's a table keys and a, yeah, okay. The thing that I was doing to debug. I don't think I did a important. Okay, so the files I want to preserve are which? Tutorial 1? Yeah, okay. Copy data runtime scripts tutorial 1. Very good. And then move this one back over like that. Git commit fix. Make sure all all level scripts have on startup function. This is a refactor. Game test. Yeah, draw UI needs to load all registries. Make test no cache. How many things failed? Just the one? Yeah, tracing is pretty verbose. Okay, so add game. This is really about fixing the test to be up to date. Test, update test to work with new railings. Alright, so now the test is still failing. We should probably unverbosify game script utils. This is a trace. This is an error. This was killing me before. We should mark it with a bug that we're actually tracking. Is stubbed and leading to useless debug output. Sad face. Key 20, what did it say? 25? 26. 26. We should implement this. Docs, make note of a unimplemented but useful thingy. Okay, so back to testing. Yeah, we're trying to log the anchor box, but it's kind of useless to log it that way. So let's go there. 83. Dot get children. So when we draw it, we want there to be some children, because that's what actually will get drawn. But as it stands, nothing is in the anchor box. So really, there should be something in that anchor box. I'm not sure I found to my satisfaction where it gets added. To add child when we select a house. Remove child, anchor box, remove add child when we load game state raw. I think load game state raw only happens when there's a non-nil Lewis store, or when we're doing a net game, I think. Yeah. Or when no init is true. It's usually false. Or when we load game state. So that's not helpful. Right? We don't really call load game state raw on the thing we're doing right now. Chooser from file, we don't call. Load house, we don't call. Show main bar, we don't call. Unless the script does. So it's tutorial house and it's versus basic. So we call load house and start script. Are scripts expected to load house? The house that they care about? But why? Anyways. So in the functions accessible to the Lua scripting, there are places where we add to the anchor box. For example, if somebody calls show main bar, round start. Okay. But we're just trying to draw. We're not trying to run a game. We're just trying to draw the panel. When would we expect the panel to have children? When somebody puts a child in. When should they put a child in? Call me crazy, but if you are making a game panel and you know the scenario, shouldn't you just have that in the panel? Um, Maybe the thing to do is get the overlay drawing. Game waypoints. So it's just for the waypoints, it would seem. It's a game viewer. Wait, what? A game dot viewer, which is a house viewer. Remove and add the same drawable? Uh, that's in GobD code, so that's not what we're going to be hitting because we're not loading a game from disk. Make game. Okay. Okay. So the same way that GP game is this, we need to say GP game viewer. No, we need to say, where was I? Anchor box dot, well, this. Oh, the huge manatee. Okay. Yuck. But let's do it. Deadline exceeded. Okay. Which deadline? Does convey have a deadline? Like it's this deadline, right? Part of the purpose of TDD is to have tests that when they fail for the right reason, and the things they output actually help you track down what's wrong. This is saying that line 50 in gametest.go timed out, but I would not have expected it to report that line. I would have expected to report this line with some kind of context. Let's bump up the deadline. If the problem is that we are deadlocked, still nothing. And I imagine we're still anchor box emptied. No, house. It's got a house, a viewer, and an overlay. Well, it's got a house viewer and an overlay. I bet like this is one element. Half a second. Need some snackage. So, what is this telling us? Script.go 41. Must do string. Yeah. So we ran round start, and somebody errored in the script. Running manually. Round start in Lua. Data runtimes scripts. Tutorial 1. Round start. This is throwing an error. And I don't have a line and file number to associate with the error, which is somewhat sucky. Tutorial1.lua errors. No line number info. Sad face. Running test. Game panel test, or test game panel. Draws blank screen. Now we're pretty sure that it's got an overlay and other things. I thought we saw, yeah. It's got a house viewer and an overlay. Even though okay. So really, house viewer shouldn't draw nothing, and the overlay shouldn't draw nothing, I think. So let's test that. To do skipping while we work on getting house viewer and overlay to render. Okay, so we should be able to convey can draw game panel. Can draw. Let's do the overlay first. Give an overlay. Is it house? Make overlay. It's a game overlay. Oh, yeah. I'm getting tired or something. Alright. Okay, this is gonna be tough. Wait, what? The overlay needs a game. The game has a host viewer. What do you need your game for? Game viewer. Game waypoints. Game viewer. Game waypoints. We should do the the game viewer first, or the house viewer first. And draw house viewer. Given a house viewer. Let's check the house viewer thing. Given a house viewer. Does not belong here. Test house viewer. I should really script up or automate building these fonts, but this is a convey, so that we can organize imports. And then I can do this. Yeah. And then house viewer turns a pointer to a house viewer. Return house dot make viewer, make house viewer, and you take a what? A house def. And then I think it's like 62. Yeah. Oh, but it's, yeah. Var underscore typed as a game test drawer. You can assign a nil pointer with type house viewer to it. Given a house def, yeah. Pointer to a house dot house def. Return house dot make house def. But the name is important. Name is houses tutorial. Sure, why not? Why can't you organize my imports? Oh, it's not a render test, it's a render. Yeah. Okay. We don't have an expectation file. Wait, what? Oh, we didn't set base data editor. Okay. It's still gonna fail. Because we don't have expectation file. Yep. Did I call something wrong? Oh, yeah. Could have called house viewer. Okay. They didn't look the same. Oh no. It's still just blank. Okay. But that's a test, right? Um, we should be able to make the tutorial house, and it should show up. I shall be back. Okay. So, Mr. House Viewer, why you got no nothing? For each floor, for each room, if the room is less than min x, then our bounds min. Okay. Set bounds might be messing with us. But when we draw, temp floor, floors at 0, dot render. Maybe we need to do that. Floor, left, right, zoom, and base alpha. Uh, so this is make room mats, room region, focus X, focus Y. angle and zoom. Okay, still nothing being drawn. I don't think we need to render this room. Okay. Logging.trace floor.render. What's in a floor? Some rooms. So we are trace bracketing, okay. Okay, no rooms to render. That might mean we don't render it. Data houses tutorial. Floors. Rooms. Did we not load the house? Okay. Like we see floor render, right? Get called? Yeah. There was no rooms. Okay, why were there no rooms? Like we wait, what? Do we not make house from path or from name? Give me the house stuff. I guess we don't. Make house from name. There was a helper we had for asserting on the render thread. Render. Must be on render thread. Render dot must be on render thread. My hunch is that it's not on the render thread, and that's why it's... Okay. So we need a marble shader. What? Hold on. Reload and process them, but is it for the right render queue? Also, if somebody's trying to enable a shader and it's not there, that's not a don't worry about it. That's a we're broken. If name is program 0.use and return. Otherwise, prog obj okay is that. If not okay, panic. Unknown shader, name is name. Now we know where it failed. 639. Mm-hmm. Now, what are the tests that failed? I need to look at the house viewer test. Change it from a trace bracket to a debug bracket, because the registry is very noisy when it comes to tracing. Okay, so where unknown shader marble, and yet we have to say I guess we didn't load all the shaders. What? Hmm. What? I guess we gotta get doors working? Okay. Line 275. We called buffer data, and we passed it some things, including but not limited to GL.pointer of this expression. Um, That's fine. In case someone comes around and messes with it. Um, but yeah, we don't need a pointer to the address of the 0th element. Ooh. Deadline exceeded. Really? Ooh. Stuff. It looks wrong, but stuff. What happens with the other one? So the game panel is still blank. I think we're going to call it here for today. We made progress. We figured out why we were getting that weird error from Lua, and it was basically the difference between Lua push C function and Lua push C closure. And I have a better understanding of how Lua works now with its meta tables. But yeah, it's a thing. Be careful. Very different. I'll we'll have to work more on like making this not look so bad. Like that it's bloody is kind of part of the thing, but it should probably look like a level instead of just very clearly textures being chucked up against each other. I wonder if that's a door.